I'll replace that. I think it was.
Close the meeting to order at 6 o'clock on April 4th, 2022 at 6 p.m. in the town hall upstairs. Motion to adopt the agenda as presented. Second. Any other discussion? If not, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? We have the minutes of March 21st to approve. Are there any additions or corrections to the minutes as presented?
I have an addition, please, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Under number 8,
Number one?
number 8, committee reports,
Yeah.
and specifically under personnel committee and harassment training. I had to refresh my own memory on this. It turns out we made a motion. John made the motion, Kathy seconded it. We had a vote 4-1 not to do the harassment training.
Oh, okay.
That's in the tape, just.
Yeah. No, I'm sorry, I missed that. Yeah.
So, yeah, thank you, Bill.
Okay. Are there any other additions or corrections to the minutes of March 21st? If not, will somebody make a motion to approve the minutes of March 21st as amended?
Second.
Second. Any other discussion? If not, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. All right, Danny, you're on first. Highway.
Yeah, the open truck bids, Bill has that.
You got it.
Okay, yeah,
Rich?
right there, that's the only bid we have.
Is that the same guy,
It's,
Western Star?
That's who's there. We sent it to six different companies.
Rich Light, no.
Give me that one.
Come on.
I can't see.
Let's fly. Leave the fly there.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
It's $150
Okay, so, am I supposed to read?
Yeah, a bit.
All right, perfect.
You don't have to read everything, just read the.
This is my first time around here, so. Okay, so ATG Patriot LLC, do you want the requirements or how does this,
Just,
what we done?
Danny, what do you want from me?
I don't know how they listed it out. I just read off the bid price for the truck. And then it should be separate numbers for, warranty.
Okay. For the 2003 Western car, net sale price of chassis body equipment and warranty package, $175,414.
2003.
23.
Oh, 20.
20.
How much?
$175,414.
There should be a, trade allowance in there somewhere too. Listed.
Yeah, read the 200 number.
Okay, we've got, the truck is 145,770. The body is 87,950. Total sale price of 233,720. Trade allowance is $70,000. Net sale price of chassis is 163,720. Then the warranty is 11,694, and that's how they got the 175,414.
The warranty is included in that?
Yeah, 11,694.
175.
175,414.
Well, we're not going to approve this tonight, Dan. You need to look it over and.
Yeah.
Just one bid?
That's it.
Hope you know more about it than I do.
Did anybody send any letters back?
I got a letter back from, I got an email back as soon as I sent it out from the Freightliner. And he said that they weren't going to bid it because it wasn't out of their area.
How happy are you with the trade-in?
No,
like everything, all the numbers are inflated, so for the cost of stuff. But, I mean, we sent it out to 6 different companies.
Okay,
It'd be nice if you got
just for the
more.
record, it was in Vermont Journal, ran 15 days there. It was sent to 6 dealers. I asked all of them, if you're not gonna bid, to write back. One of them did. And I'm pretty sure it was Freightliner. And, I talked to another on the phone and he said he probably wasn't gonna bid because he doesn't really do new trucks anyway. And so I got those reactions, but I got one back that they didn't want to, but I sent it to 6 and we put it in the newspaper and we only got one bid.
What does the blue book say about that truck?
I don't know if they have blue books on them. Because every big truck is set up different with the bodies and everything. I've never seen where they list a blue book.
Did you spec this truck out the same as the other,
It's spec'd out as close as we can to our existing trucks. I believe that is with an automatic.
What was the trigger?
70,000.
that truck doesn't have a warranty anymore, right?
No. Which we just got it back from APG last week, and they did a front spring steering pump and a U-joint in the front pump while they were down there, and I think that was $3,700 just for that.
What's the year of the truck?
2016.
Any other questions or comments on the truck? All right, Danny, go ahead. Who's gonna do the theme? You, John, or Danny?
The FEMA, we didn't have a meeting this week. She's working on the stockpiles that Michelle sent to her. So there's no really any update on that. She felt that she didn't need to have a meeting this week. That eight highways,
We did get back an amount for the bridge on Ledge Road, a estimate amount that we gave to FEMA, just so that they would know what we're talking about. And, but we have to send it out for bid before we know what it's really gonna cost. But it's an expensive, what is it, 100 and,
I haven't seen the estimate.
okay,
What was 152?
152.
Is that the Ledge Road?
Yes.
Yeah.
Is
Yeah,
that
and-
Colvin?
Yes.
I thought it was, I think those are bridge. That-
I wish we could have gotten rid of that road, straightened it out, got rid of that bend, got rid of that need for that culvert, but Pinnacle Hill would not bend. They wanted us to go through all sorts of environmental things that would have been taking us forever. And we finally just said, okay, we'll put the bridge back.
It's a box culvert.
It's in a really bad place.
It's a box culvert.
Okay. There is a bridge on the Ledge Road. That's what was getting confused.
The Fed Aid highway, that's new bill, I guess. You
Yes.
put that on there.
That 8 highways we have, for you to authorize a signature tonight, I gave you the first 3 pages. It looks like this. And what I gave you there, the first 3 pages, I sent you the entire 129 pages. I didn't want to print those out. But this is the meat of it. We spent about $70,000 fixing the 121, both the dirt and doing the rip wrap on this end of it. And 70,000, and they're gonna, we have an agreement for them that needs to be signed. I would ask you to authorize me to sign it. We can then send them, again, all the bills and the paperwork, and if I get it to them tomorrow, we can probably have this 63,000 by the end of the week, which is the cost of it. Megan's going away for 2 weeks, and so is Mark, and so Megan's really fast with it, so if we get back to us soon, we might have the money right away.
Well, I'll make a motion that we authorize Bill to sign it.
Second. That's where the 63,000.
Roughly with that.
Any discussion? If not, all in favor of the motion to have Bill sign
The agreement
agreement for the
for emergency repair.
121? say aye. Opposed? Okay, Bill, you have authorization to sign. You got the
Okay, you
original,
have in front of you, which one are you on?
you have the original or you want one of these?
He has the original.
Okay.
Okay, let's start, this together. Okay, this is the annual financial plan. This is on the back. This is already approved by V-Trans. We just need to sign it. So that needs to be passed around and signed. And this is the certificate of compliance stating that we have current road and bridge standards that meet all the requirements of the state of Vermont. And more importantly, that we actually build to those standards. So that, they need that in order to allow us to continue to get grants for this next year. So that one needs to be signed by all of you also.
Both of them are done yearly.
We have the excess, Bill, are you finished with all those?
I think so. Wait one second. The agreement, yes, I am. But not the excess weight.
Yeah.
The excess weight permits are from Jamie Gregory Trucking and Excavating, Wind River Environmental, Casella Construction, Wilson and Lawrence, Beacon Sales out of someplace in Indiana. I think that they probably sell those single wides that they just haul through the place through different areas. That's why they want to have overweight permits in all the areas and quota. Those are all I have there.
Okay, we need a motion to accept those and have Bill sign the excess weight permits.
Second.
Any other discussion? If not, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Do we have anything else, Bill?
Not on the agenda, but I think you had something on. Or you can do that under committee.
On the committee.
On the committee?
Okay.
Okay.
There's nothing.
Okay. Everybody satisfied that we need to move on?
Any have anything else?
You have anything, Ben?
Jeff Nugent was in today. He brought the iPad back with him.
Oh, sorry.
And the timesheet that we use that on paper now, but he has it on Bill's computer and my own computer. So I'll start playing around using that. There's a lot of stuff today to take in. We have to start recording all of the connected segments for the state of Vermont because they haven't been done for a few years. And when the region is not doing that, we have to do it ourselves now. So we have 2 years of playing catch up. You know, work's been done, but needs to be put onto the state's map and by the end of the year. So there'll be a lot of that to do. As far as work schedule,
When you say end of the year, you mean a calendar year or our fiscal year?
by 2023, yeah, so we all reported. At least 15% of all the high risk areas, which we're probably at 90%, 98% of them being done. They're just not recorded to the state. And even the grants and aid that was used for a lot of them projects, the state has all that information, but they haven't even plugged any of them in. And they have to do that part of it. So they're a little bit behind on the recorded part.
So are you gonna do that? Paul?
I am going to start with it, because a lot of information I'm gonna be the one that knows it. And then, as Kim and I thought, we might actually print out, there's 3 pages for every segment that you have to fill out. So I may end up in the end printing out them 3 pages and putting information on so Bill can do a bunch of them. The segment is 328 feet long. We have 48 miles of road. That's one side of the road, so it does 2 sides. So there's a lot of segments to record. So.
And so we could, this is a requirement, this is not something that you can or can't do. You
No,
know,
we have to do it.
Yes.
Yeah. Once it's all caught up, then you do it, you know, as you're doing the projects. You can do it, as he showed us on the laptop and on the, tablet or iPad. I can do it right on there. So you literally, when you're all done with it, you could take the pictures and do all that stuff right there. I think once you do it enough, you could probably fill out a segment in, 5-6 minutes. I think it'd be really fast, but if they get used to it and you gotta go through and answer all the questions, it's just checking a box. It's gonna, and finding the segments. And having, you gotta put the segment numbers with each one of them.
I just want to reiterate what he said. We have done the work. It's done. We're way ahead of the rest of the state. If you talk to anybody, we're way ahead of the rest of the state in getting it done. We thought somebody else was entering that data as we sent it in. As it turns out, no one is doing it. And so it came back this year. We know we have like 1% of our work done. We're, like Danny said, 90% done. And so, it's just a matter of putting it, but I just want to reiterate, the work is done.
Right.
It's just a matter of documentation. We have to the end of December of this year to do the documentation.
Okay.
Work schedule, hopefully this week doesn't look too good for doing any more grading. It's raining Wednesday on.
Yeah.
I'll do a little bit more tomorrow, and after that, if I be just cleaning up some of the winter equipment at the end of the week. So, that's done. And hopefully it starts drying out. So we can start ditching and doing some of the grants and aids projects, get started on them.
Okay. Anything else for the highway department? Kim?
I don't have anything unless somebody else has something, any questions for me.
Okay, we move on to committee reports. The cemetery committee, you want to deal with that, John, because you talked to the sexton, Boston. Yeah, yeah, we think we have a sexton, but then.
I think we do. At the last meeting, we appointed Rich temporary sexton of the cemetery. But in the meeting while since then, it's Austin, Towers, that's his last name. We thought of him and asked him if he'd be interested. He seems interested in doing it. He worked for Walter for a couple of years and probably knows a little bit about it. And with the help of him, he could probably manage doing the sexton job. So do we have to appoint him tonight, Bill?
I would, he's ready, and if you're ready to appoint, I think he would be the person to appoint. I think, Kim may have some input on that too, because he talked to him. She might want to address that.
We talked, she's definitely enthused about it, ready to go. He's actually filled out all his paperwork in case you do appoint him. Very happy to work with me. I'm gonna do all of the paperwork and the mapping. He would more or less, he gave me permission to give out his name and number to individuals that should happen to call the office. He will take them up and show them, different plots that we approximately want to buy. He'll mark the spots and he'll take care of digging the cremation holes if need be. Totally happy to do it. Very happy that he doesn't have to attend to the actual lawn care on the lawn. And in the job description, I think you have a description for the sexton that Bill and I had put together. And I think we took out one section of them, of him overseeing the lawn care.
Yeah, the committee will start reviewing cemeteries on a regular basis to make sure that they're being mowed properly, leaves are being picked up, branches and all that kind of stuff. So that'll be the responsibility of the cemetery committee to be done myself.
I'm sure Chris will help him also.
Right.
Yeah, if he has any, if he's there, I'm sure Chris would help him. It's a 3-year term. We did look it up, so the cemetery sexton is usually a 3-year at a time.
I think it's a great idea, and I hand it to you for thinking of Austin. One of the job descriptions is a good face to the town, and he'll be wonderful at that, and that he's been tutored by Walter. It's a good, wonderful.
So I guess we need a motion to appoint Austin to the sexton, as a sexton. Somebody want to make that motion?
Kathy, you have something?
I had a question on the description, and I posed this to Bill about liability. And I think you guys are gonna look into that, about liability issue.
Well, today I thought it was full moon out, so we didn't get around to everything we needed to get to Kim and I, but that was one of the things. He was on, he'll be on the liability like Don Lawrence was on our liability, right?
Well, his liability, just like he would anybody that is working under the town of Grafton.
Workers' comp.
He's an appointed, so I'd have to check that. I don't want to say definitely yes, but I can't imagine he's really.
We're paying him a stipend, so, he would be,
Pardon
we're paying him, so I would think he would be on the town.
I posed and I gave you a couple of examples. If he's showing the property or a plot and the person falls, gets hurt, or he shows a plot and it's the wrong one and someone's buried there. That's the liability I was talking about.
me?
Is that covered?
Okay, what I think you should do is make as part of the motion, which there isn't a second, okay, to appoint him and to be sure that the town covers him with workers' comp.
Yeah.
I think you're saying a bit more.
I'm saying
Yeah,
more than comp,
She's,
workers' comp. I'm talking about, he's showing a person a plot. He's showing the
We have
cemetery.
liability on all the
Okay, I
property,
just want to make sure it's covered.
right? We have liability. If somebody got out there with him,
Who it is.
if somebody tripped,
Even if somebody that doesn't work for the town of Grafton, we should get hurt on one of our properties, we got liability.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, showing a plot and selling one by mistake, I mean, you just would rectify the problem, no one's gonna sue us for a small plot of land.
I'm just doing what is,
Yeah, no.
covering the bases, covering their butt.
I mean, I don't know if it happening since I've been here in 15 years, maybe it has, I don't know, but I guess
So we-
cross that bridge when we get to it.
we do have maps. I mean, I don't say they're 100%, but I mean, there are maps of each cemetery, so.
They make a mistake, it's just.
Well, and also, I believe the cemetery, the funeral homes also, they usually probe even before you get into any kind of an area.
Okay, so you want to make the motion, Kathy?
Yeah, I make a motion to appoint Austin Powers as sexton. And is all set with the job description as it's written?
oh, no, you're not.
No?
You haven't approved the job description that I know. I have it right here.
Okay, so,
You're gonna take out overseeing the contract.
right.
And I
that's it.
sent that to all of you, but no one's made a motion.
Well, so we can make a motion and
Right.
do the whole thing right now, appoint him and the job description. As amended.
Make a motion to appoint Austin Powers as sexton for Grafton cemeteries, along with the job description.
As, you want to say as amended, Bill, or as presented? Because,
As presented, because I presented it to you without this paragraph in it.
As presented.
do we need a second?
Second,
Any other concerns or discussion about the section or Austin? If not, everybody in favor say aye. Opposed? Okay. All right, highway.
I have three things. The first is Walker Bridge. The right-of-ways were sent out to the 4 landowners with how much they were gonna give each one. And I don't have the individual prices, but the total was right around $14,000. That amount will probably change because the landowners, all of them will probably not accept what was given to them. So as of now, that's what it is, $14,000.
And so what happens if they don't want to take it?
They can come up with what they think is worth and submit it to VTrans and then to their court whether they accept that.
And if they don't accept it, what happens? Who pays the difference?
If they don't accept it, then they will pay it.
Oh, okay.
And eventually they will pay it. At some time, the price will be that you can't go up or down with it.
So that's 14,000 divided by the,
4, but they're not equal.
oh, that's a total.
That's the total. I don't know what anybody's was. But I think they had in their budget $50,000 for the right of way.
How much?
50,000,
I think it was 40.
40.
Yeah.
My second thing is, I guess, I'll go to Middletown Road mud season. And before I make any comments on it, maybe Sam or Lisa would like to enlighten everybody here as to their concerns that they have.
Yeah, well, the first thing I want to compliment Danny and his crew. This by no means is a reflection on them. They've done a wonderful job. But Middletown Road is, everybody knows, it's traveling this year horrible. It still has some rough spots. The problem I see happening, and I've witnessed this a number of times, people coming from the village, not familiar with the road, take Middletown Road, and for the first maybe 300 yards, it's paved. So they think nothing of it. They got past that paved part, they get into the dirt and the mud, they can't turn around. So most of them plod through, some get stuck, some swerve off the road, and I sort of white knuckle it when I see somebody coming towards me, you know, zigzagging. Unless you got a pickup truck, I don't even think, you know, a front wheel drive is useless, and some of the small all-wheel drive cars don't make because they don't have the ground clearance. So it's the entire road. It goes from spot to spot. What I would like to say, if it's possible, is some kind of warning. You know, during the mud season, maybe during a heavy snowstorm or something like that, that the road somehow is compromised and people should take 121. It's becoming dangerous. I think we had one accident there this mud season, and we had numerous people stuck, I've noticed. And I had one instance where a tow truck wouldn't even go there. They told me because they're afraid of getting stuck in it. So I think we could put some kind of sign, whether it's temporary or permanent, to tell people this road is a dirt road or a muddy road or a hazardous road during the mud season, and take an alternative 121. And I leave that up to you folks, how you want to handle that. But I think there should be some kind of warning there, telling the people to take another route, or don't take it at all if you have a two-wheel or front-wheel drive car or rear-wheel drive car.
Yeah, but it is saying,
Yeah, and not necessarily related to the mud season situation, but as we mentioned in our letter, there was that case of the 18-wheeler that was on its way to Chicago and was following its GPS and goes up Middletown Road and goes down the hill by Danny's house and is unable to turn left on the bridge and gets stuck there. And of course, to exacerbate the situation, there's no telephone connection there. So this driver was stuck there and was looking around, where do I even go to make a phone call to report this? And I happened on the scene, it was on a winter night, I happened on the scene and I found the driver walking on the road looking for some house where they could make a phone call. And it took 3 hours till the special tow truck that had to be ordered, it came, I think, from Lebanon, was there and was able to winch the trailer slowly so that the truck was able to make the turn. And during that time, mercifully nothing happened, but if we had an emergency at the western end of town, no vehicle was able to get through. Road was blocked. There was no way of getting there. And we did notify it. I called 911 and told state police that we have the situation. State police came, but you know, what can they do? So it was a 3-hour situation where the road was blocked. And again, if there was a sign at each end of Middletown Road, something like no through trucks or local traffic only or whatever, I think this driver would have said, oh no, my GPS says I go that way, but I can't go that way, so there's the other road. So that's not specific about mud season, but mud season, of course, is a special time when that kind of a thing should not happen.
I've got a question, Danny, what is the load limit on that bridge?
They're all a Q rating, so there's no,
That truck six had 80,000 pounds.
and it's fine.
So on that bridge,
If the bridge has got a restriction, there'd be a sign on the bridge that says the restriction.
so, it's okay, because I thought that truck was kind of big for that, looking at that bridge.
All culverts and bridges have a certain rating on, if they don't meet the requirement, like Kidder Hill Bridge, that has a sign that states what the load limit is. Well, I'll comment on it. So you have many roads that are through roads people use as shortcuts, Eastman, Fisher Hill, Stage Road. We have these same problems with people that either aren't very good drivers or don't pay attention. We've had tractor trailers stuck on the village bridge down here.
Yeah.
We have signs on Parker Hill that say no through traffic, dead end road. We have one at the end now that says stop here. It turns into a four-wheeler trail. We have FedEx trucks, UPS trucks, everything going through. Burgess Cemetery off of 35. Same thing, you get to the cemetery, anybody with common sense, when they pitched up there and looked down through, wouldn't keep going. They've had BMWs down in there stop.
The ambulance.
So you can spend a lot of money on signs, put them up. They're not gonna even read them. You know, but you can buy a sign, a vinyl roll-up sign that could be put out during mud season that says no through traffic, residents only, whatever, at about $150 to $170 a piece. But if you put up a sign, a permanent sign that says, you know, residents only, no through traffic, I've already heard many comments that all these other through roads that get used much more. Eastman Road it's like a 91 down through there. It's a cut off from Grafton to 103. Fisher Hill, the backside of Fisher Hill was absolutely impassable, going downhill, and people still will go down over. It's a nice thought to put a sign up. A lot of your offenders, I hate to say it, but are local people. It's the truth. We see it all the time on the roads. A lot of people run up over Middletown, just especially in the summer, scenic ride. If 121 gets a little bit rough, that's the shortcut. But we have it in many different areas, Cambridgeport Road, you know, so.
Well, right now, Danny, you have in Hinkley Brook, get people going up that because the frost hasn't come out, and that's in real good shape. And then what's gonna happen to that shortly when the frost?
And the other problem is we can put all the signs up, same with our road posted signs, when we put them up, we cannot enforce them. We do not have the authority. We can put them up. You can see a truck come down through. We do not have the right to stop them. We complain to the owners or different ones, but we are not, you know, it has to be like a DOT and DMV officer that enforces that. Even the sheriff and stuff, they can stop the big trucks, but they can't weigh them or anything like that. So there's we spend a lot of money putting up signs that the honest person might, you know, read it, stay off, but I really think it's gonna be a big expense to do the signs and then have multiple taxpayers come in wanting the same treatment on their roads, because we have so many through roads that are used like that.
Doesn't any person with a registered car have the right to drive on those roads anyway, as long as it's not all overweighted? I mean, I guess the road is kind of a bypass road, but it's still a town road. I mean, I do exactly what he said, I go through Middletown quite often, and when 121 gets to Rockford. Who's to say if you go on 121, no long, there's twice as much traffic going by their house, so they're tearing their road out. Fisher Hill definitely was, Ryerson Road, I guarantee, was worse than Middletown Road was.
Anderson Road was our worst road this year by far.
I didn't go on.
Like, it was, I don't know how them people were getting through.
Some of them didn't.
No, they didn't.
Yeah, I've been here a good many years, and I don't remember a year that we didn't have mud season. And I'm sure we're gonna have it every year, mud season, so most people get used to that, and sometimes it's worse than other years, but the town crew does its best to make it so that people can go through it. And I'm sure a lot of people try not to just go on the road to, you know, to ruin it, so I understand you keep putting signs up and it gets to a point where it doesn't make anything.
This was, this mud season was a little bit more extreme than some in the past, I've seen worse years, but I don't think we've ever had it quite so widespread so fast. You've always been, a couple roads here or there, you could fix them up and that would be good, and then you go. This year, you just kept going back to the same continuous spots, every time, so.
But the state said, that there was articles that it was the worst in 40 years or 20 years, I think it was, and it was statewide, so it was not only in Grafton had the issue of the mud season. And just to sort of say, Sam said it's about an accident. The accident on Middletown Road was by a resident.
A resident on who
That
lives
they
on
use,
Middleton?
that lives right off Middletown Road.
I think as far as the permanent signs, anyways, if I saw one, I honestly, I wouldn't pay that much attention to it. If I saw a sandwich type sign out there that said, pass at your own risk, because it was, the highway crew said, hey, this is really getting bad, impassable or whatever, or even emergency type thing, then I can see some kind of a temporary sign out there. But, yeah, if you put one out there, you put one on my hill too.
Mhm.
I mean, I see cars go by all day long.
So Rich, you're saying that you think a temporary sign might be more effective?
Well, I think it would catch people's attention a little more, but even that, I mean, if it was one of those deals that, Danny said, we really, this road is impassable at this point, we're gonna try to keep as many people off as possible, then I can see putting a sandwich type sign out there.
Mhm.
But you'd have to do that for
Sure.
15 roads in town, because they were all in the same
Depending on the
situation.
year.
Mhm.
But it's whatever you guys would like to do, but we gotta wait for the new budget before we buy any signs. So, but they're roughly around 150.
I can give you a firsthand, my experience with signs. Avery Park Drive is on the GPS. And we had numerous people drive up and they went to the trail and they guess they realized it. But we had one person who went up there in his pickup truck and went in a mile in. And there's a sign that says, no motorized vehicles on this point. We had to hire Jamie Gregory to come in and hang and get this guy out with his loader. So signs don't work, trust me, they don't work. And this is going through a residential home, and it still didn't work.
The very first night, excuse me, it wasn't the very first night, but one of the first nights that you guys put the culvert out in front of my house on the corner, someone drove up there, drove across my front field and out my driveway and out. It's like, how in the hell could you possibly do that? So, yeah, I mean, I hear Sam and Lisa, absolutely, I mean, it's wrong and all that. I honestly don't think the sign is gonna help a whole heck of a lot either, but I wish it would.
I think that if I saw a sandwich that the highway department put up, and it
That would
said,
catch my attention more.
this highway is impassable, it would be the same kind of thing to me if I saw one of the digital signs out on the highway that said, there's an accident ahead, if you don't want to run into all the traffic, take a detour. I mean, I think that there are bad actors, and there are going to be people who don't obey the sign. I also think there are going to be good actors and people who do pay attention to the sign. And I understand that it's an exasperating situation to have people put up signs and they don't pay any attention to them. But I'm just wondering, Danny, is there any solution to this that you can see that might work? What do you think of the
You can
temporary
do temporary
sign?
signs, as needed, but we have to purchase some.
How many times have we closed Hinkley Brook when it was completely non-passable, only to go there to find the signs moved or somebody stuck up at the end of the damn road? How many times? That year that we had the ice storm, 3 or 4 times. They don't pay attention to signs.
But some people don't. Don't you think it's useful information for other drivers who do pay attention to the sign and don't go up Hinkley Brook Road and get stuck? I mean, I can't imagine that every driver doesn't pay attention to the sign.
We don't, I mean, you can do the temporary signs, but we don't want to get into putting that up and then have to put a detour sign up showing, people. That's what it turns into.
Well, if it's a lot of locals who are the violators, let's say on Middletown Road, the locals all know that they can take the lower road exactly the same length, the same amount of time. There's no hardship in taking, so that would certainly keep them off that road.
Well, maybe, I can only hear every third word here because of acoustics. Maybe you've covered this already. What about something that's so portable, something like sawhorses with a sign that can be moved from road to road? It can go to Middletown Road, it can go to Fisher Hill Road, it can go to Easton Road. They can be moved around depending on the seriousness of the situation, you must.
That's the temporary signs.
Yeah.
That are
Just
up to that.
stick it
Yeah,
out,
yeah, like a
okay,
sandwich board.
okay, something like that.
But you might have 121 closed down and send people up to Middletown.
We did a couple of years ago.
Oh, is
One
that
point
right?
was still bad.
What
Yeah.
Bob?
Yeah.
Interesting.
In this case, this year, you had them all at the same time. What do you do?
I wonder if we could entertain the idea of an experiment. Next time we have an impassable Middletown Road, we put a temporary sign up and see how it works.
My question is to the board, what's your pleasure? What would you like to see done?
I'd like to see something done with at least a temporary sign.
No, I mean, we need some kind of a motion of some sort to address the
Well, I
problem.
thought we were trying to reach a consensus.
Yeah, but I'm asking ultimately, what is such would like to see happen?
What is the highway committee's recommendation?
I don't think that we came up with any recommendation at all. I just think we've lived through this so many years and it has not caused any big problems that I know of. You're gonna have that occasional truck that gets led on the wrong road, or a car, or this or that. But we don't have a lot of them. And you're gonna have the occasional person that goes up Middletown Road that shouldn't have gone Middletown, it should have went 121, I think, they go. So I just don't think that any action should be taken.
I think the consensus was when we were talking, whatever, small potatoes, whatever, we didn't really think it was gonna help much if we put up a sign.
May I ask a question, just for my information? Middletown Road is not a state road. It is the town's jurisdiction, correct?
It's a class 2 road. Right?
Yeah.
Class three.
A class 3, I'm sorry, class 3 road.
Class 2 state aid, saying that's 121.
That's not very well.
So according to the sheriff with whom I discussed this, the town has full power to post these temporary signs without, it's not a matter that requires any kind of authorization from the state or any agency or what. Is that correct, Dan?
None of our roads in the town of Grafton, we need permission from the state.
Yeah.
They're all a state aid road. We get like $120,000 a year from the state to help us with aid on taking care of all our roads. 121, Middletown, Main Street, they're all the same. They're all in the same. You have class 2, class 3, class 2 with blacktop. And the class 3 is just a dirt.
Yeah.
And they're all funded just through a state aid.
Yeah.
Based off from our financial plan for the budgets and stuff.
Yeah, so, let's just think of a hypothetical, that you have a basically impassable road, which some person who is not familiar with the situation decides to take and gets totally stuck and damages the vehicle, is not able to get a tow truck because the tow truck can't go there and so forth. Is there any liability on part of the town if it's within our jurisdiction?
Don't believe so.
If we knew as a town that this road is so bad, no through traffic should go through and there's an alternate road, Can't they come to the town and say, why didn't you warn? Why didn't you put a warning sign?
Nobody's making them go.
Didn't that happen?
Nobody's making them go.
Didn't
They
that
had
happen?
3 cars on Right Orchard Road. They had towed out with a farm tractor. No one made them go through it. No one, when they go to Middletown, you see where they turn around right in the dirt, a lot of them. We are not telling them to go.
Yeah.
So there's no liability to the town. If it was something that we created ourselves by, I mean, we've had people rip off their exhaust because we're grading. You know, they can file a claim for that. Mud season, no.
Did each while have to get a record?
No, Rucker would not go there. They said that there's been possible they would not show up and do it.
So she
Somebody
was
with a
stuck.
farm tractor pulled it out 2 days later.
Yeah.
I think drivers are getting used to having much more information at their disposal about the condition of roads, whether it's on their phone or on a map, on a sign, on a digital sign. I think it would be a good idea for us to try to do some kind of temporary sign for those citizens who request it because they think at any given point in time, there's a reason that their road is bad enough that it needs one of these temporary signs.
The one thing I disagree with that is I don't think you probably should leave it up to the individual person. Probably should leave it up to the experts that actually, grade the road and everything.
Oh, right, that's what I meant to call that, thank you for that clarification, Rich, that it would, that the individual citizens was called to the attention of the situation to the highway crew, to the highway committee, and then we could make up our mind about a temporary sign
To have Danny with a pair of
on an
signs,
individual situation.
to have Danny with a pair of signs that say passage or long risk, I don't have a problem. If you think something is bad enough to use it, use it. If not, I think the select board should move on.
Bill?
That's what we do now. That's what Danny's job is. That's what we do now. Everything you're talking about, just the last couple comments, that's what we do now.
To
We-
put the
we-
sign up that says pass at your own risk?
No, I don't think there's
No,
a sign that says that.
if the road is bad enough that it has to be closed, we close it. But you can go, did a lot of people use Middletown Road with big trucks? Big pickup trucks? Yeah. They want to get up and down too. We're not closing the road. So people go down it, but when you come to the end of Burgess Cemetery Road, and you look at the trees, and you look and you got a cliff, and there's no road, and you drive over, you're not gonna do anything to stop that person from driving over. I don't care what kind of sign.
I
you
know,
have. Okay, and that's what happens. I mean, we live in the country. And Danny and his crew do a really good job with that.
I gotta wonder if you'd be more liable if you were going to sign up a million, your road
It's
was
safe.
so bad that somebody couldn't get through,
I think if you say pass at your own risk, you're telling them it's passable.
Look, I mean, I've lived here 45 years. I've been through 45 mud seasons. I served on the board 7 to 18 years, and I've never dealt with, nobody's ever come in and talked about, it's part of living on a dirt road, sorry. That's what you have to deal with. That's how I look at it, personally. If you don't, then move on to a tar road or do something else.
There's nobody from the other roads, but you had 5 or 6 roads that are worse than Middletown.
Yeah.
And nobody from them roads come in and asked us to close it down or have one way or no through traffic. None of them did.
Okay, you have anything else on the highway?
Yeah.
Okay.
You want to do any action?
Yeah, the board want to take any action?
I guess my thought is, I know we do this with the fire department and this rescue. If there's wires down or trees down, or it's a dangerous situation, the truck's out there to close that road. And if you've got the mud season, if it's dangerous situation for persons in their car, it should be closed.
You're gonna close it?
Temporarily closed.
You put a road closed sign up, you wanna be, then you are taking
Then
responsibility.
that's,
You
yeah,
are
if
taking
it's a non-emergency,
responsibility
you're in
for
trouble.
everything that goes on that
Well,
road once you do it.
emergencies, we do close it.
Mud season is not an emergency. It is a season in Vermont. You put a road closed sign up, You better make sure everybody's notified because you are taking ownership of what happens in that.
Right.
On
It could be-
everything.
It could be a medical or a fire emergency that we
Exactly.
have to get to it. Regardless. How we get there, we're gonna get there.
But are you gonna keep a man from going home that could take his four-wheel drive pickup truck and drive up there because you say the road's closed?
But that's where we're gonna wanna go, we wanna go.
No, you're saying the road's closed.
Once you say the road's closed, you can't drive on
What is the recommendation of the highway committee? If we need to have a motion, I think it needs to come from the highway committee.
Well, my recommendation is that we leave it the way it is and let Danny handle it in his discretion when something comes up, as we've done in the past.
And if he thinks he needs to order a couple sandwich signs or whatever, fine. If he thinks he has some up there,
Yeah, I
fine.
can go
That's
along
fine.
with that.
I could go along with that if that's part of the motion.
I think it has to
So
be
you're
at the
making this motion?
discretion of Danny as
And
well.
also, or did you make a,
No, I didn't.
I'll make a motion that we're gonna leave it up to the discretion of the highway one.
So do you want me to order?
No. That's your discretion.
I can't put them up if I don't have them.
It's up to your discretion. If you think you need them, you come to the board, you ask. If you don't, you don't.
I think, if you're gonna do that, I think you ought to just make the motion and put right in there to the town should own
I think that,
4 signs
sure, sure.
That's
to
good.
start with.
How many are you gonna buy?
I would do 4.
Just, well, I was gonna say, just a game,
If it's a third road, we can use 2 to a road, so that's 4 signs on it. 2 roads.
That sounds great. So the motion now has the signs in it.
Yeah, what he said.
Second?
I'll second it.
Any other discussion? Okay, all in favor, say aye.
I,
Opposed? I'm opposed. I'm opposed.
Okay,
Okay, anybody else? Are you, that's it?
Yeah,
Is it, we have,
I voted yes,
okay.
because
and you did?
I'm ready to move
Okay,
on.
so I'm just one opposed, okay? So it's 4-1. You got the motion, Bill?
I do.
Okay, good. Let's move on.
well, none of that.
You got something else. Go ahead.
One more. This has to do with Patrick Cooperman and the damage that he sustained during the last flood, which was in August, September,
July.
to his walls and back of his house. Rich and myself met with him Saturday and went over his concerns that he had and has had since 2003 or 4 up there. And he has been to numerous board meetings and no action has ever been taken at any of those meetings to help him solve some of the problems that were fixed by engineers that he said would not work. And the proof is there, they didn't work because they kept washing him out every time. And so we talked to him about it and that to fix his washouts all the time is a major mitigation. And I don't know what the answer is to that, and I don't know if anybody else has any answer to it. Because when they engineered it in 2003 or 4, they diverted all the water from the fire pond and Hinkley Brook onto the Hinkley Brook, all of it. It solved the problems mostly on the fire pond, but it created problems for Patrick and everybody downstream from there. So every time we got a lot of rain, it washed his stone wall out, Dorothy's stone wall too. We got a grant that would help him repair one, I think we've got 3 locations that are washed out, or 2. But we repaired one location, and that's the location that if the water comes down and again, could take out the corner of his house. So they will give us a grant of, I forget the amount, was $11,000, $12,000, of which Pat has to pay 25% of that, which his share would be $3,000 roughly of it. What Pat would like the town to do is to help him with that 25%. The major mitigation is something of another topic here that I think that the board should start to discuss it, because it's getting worse in that since they started logging at the park, we're getting more water down there. And it showed ever since they started logging, it kept showing the more water. It created a pond in back of the church. The pond overflowed, went down the emergency walkway to the church and down the road and went right towards, the house for the chapel.
Judge Hartman.
Which I don't know if it went in or not, but it went there, which it hadn't been doing that. But you look, you'll see more water. I don't know if it's in the logs or whatever happened up there. It's diverting the water more down this way or not. And when they go up and fix them, maybe they'll stop it. I haven't been up there, so I don't know what has happened, but I know more water is coming towards Patrick and people below there. So that is a big concern, and every time he's washed out, he has come to the board, the different boards, and expressed his desire to have something done. And he has been ignored at every one of them, and even this board. So, I think we should start doing something, if we can, to try and help him out on that. But his primary right now is the small washout of the stone wall. So what he's asking for is help on that. Did I miss anything, Pat?
No, that's accurate.
Would you like to speak on your behalf? Or answer John?
No, I think John described the situation accurately. That's the story. I'm asking for help. Simple, it's actually quite simple.
And one thing you said Saturday when we were talking to you that stuck at me a little bit, you said, even at the time when the engineers were out and proposed their fix, you were hollering at that point, that's not gonna work, that's not.
In 2003 and 2004, there were several letters to the town about the engineering of the culvert that crosses Fire Pond, Hinkley Brook Road, and then goes behind my bar. It was, in fact, Harriet Gelton owned the house in 2003, hired SVC or SVE, the engineering firm that has been used from time to time by the town. And they all agreed that the solution that were up there were not going to work. And the size of the various culverts was pointed out. The fact that the culvert points directly at Dorothy's house is a terrible idea. It has been probably for as long as those properties have been sitting there. And so there were attempts to mitigate it through Ty and Bond, who came up with the energy dissipator ideas that in the letters that I said, I believed it was never going to work. I said it a million times, but I'm no engineer. I'm simply the person standing there up to my knees in water and established. So yeah, I mean, it effectively, in my mind, in 2003, we meaning Harriet and I put the town on notice that we believed this was not going to work. Everybody said, well, you know, we're going to do what we want to do. So Ty and Bond won that battle, and I believe they were wrong. And then, as John said, if you go up there, you can see how wrong it is. So yeah, there's responsibility there, as far as I'm concerned.
One other thing, Pat, is the town caused their problem.
Yes, yeah.
They did it, like being told by an engineer, this is the fix for doing it. But they didn't say that they'd wash out all the people down below at the same time.
Yeah, the Ty and Bond study, I believe, stopped at the bottom of Fire Pond Road, which was a huge mistake. Why that engineering study wasn't comprehensive and looked at where that water was going to end up in the Hinkley Brook behind my barn, pointing right at Dorothy's house, heading down to the Middletown Road Bridge. And the Middletown Road Bridge has been replaced 3 times in the past 25 years. That's a really bad track record. And so that's costing the town some significant money. And the other point I would make is that in '96, FEMA came through and did all those repairs. So FEMA was in there so there's a track record of FEMA and the town taking responsibility for that. And so it is a sort of narrow precedent that the town has taken responsibility in the past for it as well.
Well, I think there's greater danger too, is that because of the requirement that we need to put bigger culverts up on Hinkley Brook as we go up, that allows more water to come down faster. And you're putting more water from these larger culverts into a smaller culvert or to a small area when it gets down to where you live and Dorothy lives. So I think you're gonna have worse problems. And the town is looking forward to see whether or not we can get some mitigation on this stuff. But so far, we don't know what we're doing. But,
The mitigation that was done on those culverts, that the 3 culverts, the one that by my house, the next one up, so there's 11, 17, 11, 5, 7, 11, and 17. Those culverts that have been changed have really showed that those big culverts really work.
Yeah.
We probably saved in this last storm, if it were similar to Irene and to some extent it was, we probably saved 300,000 because we didn't have to rebuild the road. We didn't take out the road from my house all the way to the corner. So I don't know, 300 yards of road, 10th of a mile of road. And so we saved $200,000 or $300,000, but we're saving $200,000 or $300,000 because we're sending more. We are keeping the water off the road, which slowed it down before, but now it gets to the bottom faster.
Yeah.
And the other thing is I talked to the state, I talked to FEMA privately, just without mentioning anything specific, but talking about the hydraulics and hydrology that we have to follow to make our roads. And I said, you are making us make our culverts bigger to save our roads. But what are you doing to people who live along the brook all the way down below it? And there's absolute silence. They don't want to take on that, other than some of them like it because then they can get people to move away from the water, but this has been going on since '98 when I first worked with FEMA. Same discussion at that time. What are you going to do? You are requiring all these widening and to allow for more water to come down through, but when you get to a village, what do you do with the village? Are you going to make them tear the village out? Are you going to move the village to the top of the mountain? Is that your mitigation? And they said, well, we can't afford that. And I said, well, what you're doing is you're driving them out by sending more water down there and not allowing them to even raise the size of the river to keep it within the village, to keep the water from destroying the town. So they don't want to deal with it. They don't want to deal with it at all. A mitigation project right now by 44 CFR, we can't mitigate anything on his property or Dottie's property. That's private property. That isn't even within any of the language of the act that allows for that. So there's nothing we can do in mitigation. The only thing we can do is to try to get the state to understand that they have some responsibility when they make us protect our roads by destroying our towns. And I don't know any other way to put it, but none of them want to talk about it. And that I'm talking with VEM, the head of recovery for VEM. They don't want to talk about it. So I don't know what we can do. I'm sorry that NRCS didn't find that we could do anything for Dottie because it's not close enough to her house, to the house itself, the structure itself. That's what they're looking at. But I think the town needs to hire a different engineer and look at the water that comes down through there and see. John and I have been talking about Fire Pound Road doesn't have to go into Hinkley Brook on the uphill side of your house. It could go past the church. It could go past the white church, or maybe pass between Alfred's and the white church and go into the river down below. It doesn't need to go in where it goes. Some of it right now is right in front of the walkway to the back door of the brick church. And that's a 2-foot culvert that goes over into Hinkley Brook on the back. But that doesn't carry all that water, comes down in Fire Pond. Most of that water in Fire Pond goes right over to Patrick's. The other thing is halfway down Fire Pond, there's another 2-foot culvert. Well, there's another open culvert, but it goes into a 2-foot culvert that comes across right at those, that little red building garage and Airbnb that is at Barrett's old house. But it goes right across there. That's another 2-foot culvert. So everything draining up at Rob Hall's comes down and goes into Hinkley Brook from right at the fire pond, right at the top of the hill. It comes, that little creek that comes just before my house. Then it goes down further and it comes down again in a 2-foot culvert. And then it comes down again, comes across and it crashes into Dottie's house because that's the way they designed it. All of that water, every bit of that water could come down and go through the village and not even come down that way. Either that or you got to make the opening bigger. And then this little White House here across from my gates, gonna go right through the kids' living room. So there is a real problem. Somebody needs to study and fix it. I don't know when, but somebody needs to study and fix it.
First of all, I want to say how much I appreciate the fact that you and Rich visited with Patrick and analyzed the situation. What conclusion did the two of you reach in terms of what we can do to help Patrick? I think that's one of the things you said, if I heard you correctly. The town should try to help Patrick.
The one thing you can do to help him is to pay his 25% of that grant. And I don't have the exact figures, but I won't bill with it,
His share is 2,900
$2,900.
and that's, so that's 20%. So what is 80%? Somewhere around 8,000 something.
So it's $3,000 roughly his share, and that's what he would like help from the town, seeing as it's town doing damage. And has done the damage 3-4 times.
So is that something you would like to recommend?
I think I would, yes.
And
I'm fine with that. The problem I see is much like the sign discussion we just had. How many more properties are in the same situation in town, similar to this? Just saying that, if that's the precedence that we're setting. And I think we were in agreement that even though this is a fix, it's not a Band-Aid fix.
I think that,
Like we watched the latest in the spring again.
I think the town needs to, I think Bill's summary here, I think the town needs to hire an engineer and to study this whole issue, because it's only gonna come up again and again and again. And get somebody to give us some recommendation of what can be done, if anything can be done. And then try to go to the state or the feds and see if you can't get some relief for them. That would be.
Yeah, I think we pretty much
It's a start.
talked with the same thing, get some kind of conceptual plan and,
Right,
for lack of a better word, you wait for the next flood, and hopefully some money comes in.
right.
Joan. I just want to share that the White Church, as you call it, Grafton Community Church, has had tremendous water infiltration problems. I've worked there for more than 5 years, and we had to hire an engineer ourselves through Preservation Trust of Vermont. The church is going to pay 50%, and Preservation Trust is going to pay 50%. And that's just for the study to figure out how on earth to stop the water taking out the foundation of the church. It's a constant. I live in a very moist environment over there. So this, Patrick's absolutely right. This is just, it's constant. Danny came and looked at the problem too. And one of the ways we have to handle the water is to create a perimeter drain, but then you have to send it into a culvert. Again, the culvert has probably too small to handle the water. I think an engineering study is a super idea.
And the little that I know about this, which is very little, but maybe nothing can be done. I mean, maybe it's just such a big astronomical fix to mitigate it. I mean, what are we talking, like something like that, you know, like you see in the Los Angeles. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, I'm being facetious, but maybe there's really not a heck of a lot that can't be done around here. Without an engineering study, we're not gonna find out.
Wonder how much an engineering study.
I don't know. Bill, you have something you want to say?
Well, okay, because, and I'm not advocating this at all, but FEMA has another solution that I don't want to talk about. And they might mitigate this, and that is buy everybody out and tear everything down. That's the way they get rid of the problem. Okay, because somebody is going to bring that up at some time, I don't think it's a great solution. I think we've got a solution. But that's what they'll look at when they look at the cost benefit of building something, a big structure versus removing the problem. They're going to come up with some. So,
Has FEMA gone on the record with that, was that recommendation?
say again?
Has FEMA gone on the record?
They haven't even looked at it. They don't even want to bother with it. They don't want to talk.
Okay, I might not have heard you correctly. I thought I heard you say the FEMA solution that you talked to them about
No,
is.
FEMA's solution to a problem that you have where there's
Uh-huh.
constant flooding is to do what we did with
With
Trahan,
the- sure.
what we did with the houses along the river. You
Bill-
buy out the thing, make it a park.
That's their modus operandi.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
That's why this town was Grafton that was a town, it was up on Middletown.
Yep.
Wasn't down here because of the water.
That's an excellent point, Kathy.
They were all up high. And I should build these ditches, like around the church, to go into the river.
But you know, Kathy, why they do some up there down here? Because they couldn't make a living up there. And they moved down here because of the rivers and they
Yeah.
put mills on
Yeah.
the river.
Yeah.
Power to
Survive, they can make a living.
They
So
moved,
I'm
they
getting
moved to the water before the water became a problem.
I'm needing some clarity around what we're recommending. First, I'm hearing that we may need to help Patrick with his 25%. And now I'm hearing a bigger solution that we get an engineering study. Where are we?
No,
Could
the
you just
engineering study-
clarify where we are, John, please?
I think you have to, I think Suzanne, the engineering study is a side. I think the
Okay.
issue is practical.
Okay, good,
Whether the town does, that's for another day.
right.
But right now, we have to deal with what we have, the problem
With
with Patrick.
And it sounds like the church has a similar
Let's
problem.
go.
I will say this though. Don't just fix Patrick and then forget about the whole
No,
problem.
no.
You need to hire, sooner or later, you're gonna have to hire an engineer and figure out what the heck you're
No,
gonna do.
we need to do that, but
Yeah,
the,
okay, it's not,
but the
it's
issue
for
is,
another day, but it's not for 3 years.
no. But the issue is Patrick's situation, I think, and that's what, yeah, Ken, you have
Yeah, I was just wondering, Patrick, over the years, is there like a dollar amount that you've actually had to put into repair things that? That people can at least, if they asked you, you've done your due diligence, you've done what you could do.
Well, sure, I mean, in '96, Harry paid somewhere between $3,000 and $4,000 to fix that wall. And then in 2003, there was another $4,000 spent, and then another $4,000 after Irene. So that's that. And any of you who drive around up those roads and look back down up the brook, you'll know that I spend most of my summer trying to keep the walls from falling down. So it's been a lifetime of struggle. So a lot of money's been spent up there. I mean, so I feel like, yes, I have a lot of skin in the game, so to speak. I keep throwing money at it. And I'm trying to maintain the culvert behind my barn that the town doesn't really maintain. So, and that's another issue that I feel is involved here, so. So yeah, this is a very narrow, request, because it's, the narrower request is about this grant, which is limited to one project. I wasn't the one who brought that up. I mean, I think the town submitted 7 or more projects. And so, in my role, yeah, I wish every one of those 7 or 9 people got something from this grant. But as a matter of fact, because I am apparently the only house that's, you know, the brook is now closer to my kitchen than I am to Bill right now. And that's because of that storm. You know, that's very narrow, and that's why the grant was given. And so the narrow question is that little bit of my 25%, and I'm simply asking for help with that. And that's the narrow conversation that's on the table. The bigger issue of the mitigation plan, I have a million comments about it, and I think that they're all on the right path, but it's like, yeah, it's so monstrous, it's so big, it's epic. And so, and about the future of the town in so many ways, yeah, I mean, if the solution is that Dottie's house and my house and all the houses all the way down Hinkley Brook to the river disappear one day, I mean, is that the vision for the future of the town? We talk about development of the town, yeah, I don't know, I don't have the answer to that, I have an opinion. But it's a mess, and we struggle along, that's what we do.
So what I think I'm hearing being said is that the highway committee is asking the select board to cover the 25% for the town, to approve the town covering the 25% that's associated with the specific grant that Patrick received from the state. Is that right? Am I understanding that correctly?
Well, you guys are gonna make me the motion, but yes.
No,
I'm just trying to, is that what you're saying, John?
Yeah,
Okay.
yes.
Yeah, I just want everybody to realize that this is a Band-Aid fix.
What do you mean by that?
It's gonna happen again.
It's gonna happen again.
Happen again.
Unless you can do something with the major mitigation part of it.
Got it, okay.
And until that happens, that's gonna wash out again.
And I think that's where the responsibility of this board is, whether we approve it or don't approve it for Patrick, it is gonna happen again. And I recommend that the board look into hiring an engineering firm to take a look at this whole situation so that it doesn't happen again. How it's gonna get fixed, who knows? But at least we need to look at it and don't bury our heads in the sand and say, well, Patrick's is gonna be fixed, Dottie could fix hers, it's gonna happen again. Unless something happens, I don't know what that is, but something has to happen.
But it is also a well thought out fix, so it's not, you know, it's a Band-Aid, but it's the best we can do, right? And so, and it's going to protect me from falling into the river when that's. Yeah, right.
Well, does somebody want to make a motion?
Okay,
No,
go ahead.
go ahead, no, you go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was gonna make a motion for the town to, do the 25% towards, Cooperman's grant. The town pays that.
Do we have a second to that?
No, sir.
Can I alter it? Since we don't have it in front of us, that if you mean by that to pay Patrick's share, let's just say in the motion that we pay Patrick's share of the NRCS grant for the repair of the wall at his house. And then, because it's all in, it's said in the contract, which you guys have all signed, and you've already said you're gonna pay the 29%. But you said you're gonna pay that, but that's the way it's done, and the private property owner then reimburses the town generally. So, but let's just say that we pay that, the homeowner's share of that rent. Okay?
You've already agreed to it really once.
Yeah. Okay,
Does it need to be said that the main reason why we're doing this is because the town is taking some responsibility? I'm just a little bit concerned that every time someone's flooded, now they're gonna come to the select board for some kind of,
You know what,
you know,
I'm not sure about that, but what I'd like to see in this motion is something that says that the town will investigate so that it doesn't fall through the cracks.
I think that's
Whether,
fair.
I mean, you're not gonna be obligated to do it, but, I mean, to pay me, but let's, as paying the 25% share, but we're also gonna look into the courts, or however you wanna have it so that it becomes an obligation of the board to continue to look, and then we can make a decision once we understand that.
Should that fall under the board or the planning commission? Is that the board? I think that's fair.
So that it is, so it doesn't fall through the cracks.
This is what I've written. The town paid the homeowner's share of the NICS grant for Patrick, for. And the town will investigate a permanent solution
Perfect.
of the problem of water runoff at this site.
Perfect.
Or I can make that at Fire Pond,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Easley Brook,
In modular.
Main Street, Middletown.
So moved.
That's taken care of.
We have a second here?
No,
I think Rich seconded it, didn't you?
No, Kathy made it, no second.
don't have a second.
I'm confused.
You got it? Second, Rich, okay.
You did second it?
Sure,
Okay.
plug it right into it.
Do we have any more discussion on motion as presented by Clint? If not, take a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay.
Okay, so I'd like to comment that I'm really heartened by the attitude of the board, in dealing with this and helping me out, so thank you.
Well, sorry for
Thank
letting
you.
you.
Okay, move on, personnel, the Parks Committee. Suzanne, I sent you, you got this, right? Okay, where the park, there was a request from the committee that we, the town proceed to start work on the parking lot area that was created last year. I spoke to Danny, and Danny said, we can do that, but we can't do it, like, we should not do it until they're completely out of there. Because there's still timber left there, and they have to come back in sometime during the dry season and work on the trails that they're damaged and do whatever else they have to do as part of their contract. Danny said that they'll get it done, but it has to be done on a schedule that meets the town schedule, and we just can't spend, 3 days, 4 days and neglect the town. And there is, after the logging, there's $17,530.51 will be in the account that is used for the village park. That doesn't include any grants or anything else. So we can spend a certain amount of that money to do the parking area, but you certainly can't spend it all, because then you'll have no more money for future to do any more, maintenance on the park. The park committee is also filing for another grant. What was the grant, the Ursa grant?
RTP,
Huh?
RTP.
Yeah, right. So, if they get that, I think I'm not sure whether they're gonna file for 35,000 or 15,000. It was depending on the pavilion. So if they get the $30,000, then a lot of that, some of that money could go into, I believe, the parking area, and we wouldn't have to touch much of the 17,000 that's left, and could be used for future additions or rehabilitation to the park. So it doesn't fall into repair like it did for the last 50 years. So that's about where we stand with the park committee.
I think the committee or somebody should walk up there and see if they can determine where that water's coming
I
from.
agree, John, that is a concerning,
It's a big
that's a
concern.
big concern.
Yeah, we'll talk to Alan and Mike Fields and let them give us a report. Good idea, John, thanks.
For that.
Personnel,
Yeah, last select board meeting, we had a discussion on the grievance, and the policy. And we did vote on not doing the training. So you asked us to amend that section, the town of Grafton personnel policy and addendum C, grievance process. So if you look at number 2, we did take out where it had mentioned, select board members would be committed to doing the training. And replaced it with harassment and discrimination training is optional for any member of the board or employee if requested. Would like to make the motion to change it to that. And we can have a discussion.
Second.
Do we have any discussion? If not, all in favor of the change, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay.
And just
Have anything else,
Just for
Stephanie?
just for FYI, the end of April, we'll do our first quarterly reviews of Bill and Danny. And then at some point, we want to meet with Michelle and Kim, make a date to look at the comp time and overtime, compare it to last year. We said we were going to do this for the year, just to see how that's being used.
Building committee? Building committee, who's the building committee?
Oh, today, we posted on the website on the announcements, but it's also announcements of bids and invitations to bid. We posted the bid, 2 bids, one for the lift elevator, one for the construction of all the other things other than the elevator, which includes work on the stairways here, making the bathroom ADA compliant. And those 2 bids are there on the website, but more importantly, they were sent out by the architect in LTRW architect firm in Albany. They sent it out today with our website being the place where they can go to look at the particulars of the bids. The bid packages are about 200 pages. And most of that is stuff that is in every bid that goes out. But it does go into what they need to bid on, and the details of that. They're sending it to all the contractors and including single persons who are licensed, who are insured in town, who could do the framing for the elevator, because you don't need a big firm to do that. And to the elevator companies that were around, including the one that has given us a lot of advice from Montpelier. And I can never remember the name. It isn't April, but it's not Avon, but it's something like that, out of Montpelier. They come highly recommended by everybody who has lift elevators in the area, because if you ever had a problem with Otis or any of those people not coming when they said, or not really doing the job, these people are really, really good. It's a family-owned business, and they're out of Montpelier. Anyway, I'm pulling for them, but I don't know how the bids are gonna go, and I don't know what elevator what brand they sell. So those bids are all out. Tomorrow morning at, gonna get this wrong, at 9 a.m., Remount Power is gonna come look at the sites over here where these transformers are in the lawn, and are going to stake out where they're going to put the single-phase transformer for our improvement of the amperage into this building to 200 from 100 amps, and kind of figure out where we're going to put the underground wires into this building. Just so you know, the electrical service that now comes into this wall will all be cut off, It'll come in this wall where it used to come in a long time ago apparently. And will be increased to 200 amps, except for whatever runs off the generator, and that'll be limited to 100 amps because that's the size of generator that they have now. And they're going to improve that generator, but it will still be 100 amps. They're going to improve it by replacing the motor on it. That's when the foundation's doing it. So we should have all the electricity, have all the wiring, background wiring done for the lift elevator, fairly quickly, once Green Mountain Power gets their transformer in. That work, all of that work is separate from the bids that went out today. That's going to be done by Lawrence and Wilbur. Lawrence and Wilbur, is it?
Yes.
Lawrence and Wilbur and Green Mountain Power are going to do all the electrical work. And then whoever hooks up the elevator, it's just going to be a matter of basically twisting wires and hooking it up. But we hope that it's going to be all local people if they are not so busy that they can't.
What about the heat pumps?
Don't know anything about heat pumps. I keep asking and I don't know anything.
Well, Bill, did we ever get in touch because Gus has to do the disconnects before we can even ask them to come back?
Yeah, he has, Brent has not gotten back to me. I asked him about that last week and I haven't heard back from Brent yet.
Ask them about one.
About the electrical work that needs to be done before he can come back.
Well, Gus knows what the electrical work has to be done. It's Gus, he's waiting for Gus to do his part.
I asked him that, and I haven't heard back from him that is actually the problem. Because I don't think he's gotten the other heat pumps anyway.
No, he hasn't gotten the second one, and he said he couldn't put them in anyways until Gus put the disconnects, because he thought the disconnect was there.
Okay, I'll double check with him. I asked him that question to be sure that was the issue, and he hasn't gotten back to me. So as soon as I've been on top with Gus, but.
Yeah, well, that's what he had told me.
Okay.
Anything else? Any questions on the voting committee?
Talk to the foundation about the generator. Any changes with it or new generator?
That discussion really hasn't come up, except that just as an aside, it was suggested that maybe we would be asked to share in the cost of replacing the engine. But I think Joe and I are thinking that they're never going to ask us.
Yeah, I met with Bob Donald, and he did not indicate about anything. Carl came over to me and asked me if the board would want to partake. And I said, I'll bring it up. But I haven't heard anything from Bob Donald, so I don't know what the final is going to be. And I did meet with Bob Donald as well, because when Lisa Lankowski was here, she promised to give us $20,000 towards the handicap accessibility of the building. And she said, I'll give you $10,000 now, which we got. And she said, when you get it done, I'll give you another $10,000. And I reminded Bob about that, but I haven't heard anything back. So I don't know where that stands. Okay, anything else? Nothing there? Wastewater committee, there's nothing. It's still in the hands of Lynette. So that's.
And I just spoke to him like Thursday.
I know.
I haven't heard a word.
We write to them once a week, and she said they're working on it, so that's where we are. So,
John?
yes.
I did ask Bill about where we stood with the school and their water system, and it's kind of just dropped, everything's been dropped.
Right.
Gary did talk to Michelle asked him today. Gary's waiting for the state. They've done nothing different at the school. They're carrying on like they were a year ago, and they've heard nothing. It's in the state's hands, so I don't know if they need a little closure to find out what's going on with their water.
Well, Lynette did say something to us that she had urged us to apply for a water study. She said because the state is still studying what to do with the Grafton school. And that was about 3 months ago, I think, or 2 months ago. Remember when we met with them?
Well, yeah, with the, they're adding to this study that's going on.
Yeah,
She convinced them to add a short paragraph on including the water study,
right. So,
along with the sewer study, because there's money, and that money will all be covered in the
so if
97,000.
we have to do that, there's money to do a study. But it's still in the state's hands, and I don't know what, that was a month or so, a month and a half ago, so. I guess, that's not really our kind of responsibility, it's just, it's really the school, I guess. I don't know how much we have overlap here with the school.
It's their issue.
Yeah, that's what I think, so.
That's what the lease says, so.
Right, but the reason I brought it up is that we were talking, Kim and I were talking, and we're just curious to see where that stood.
Right,
And-
yeah,
and
you were
that's how-
asking, and Gary said it's still in standstill, waiting for the state.
Any other business other than the school water?
Do you want to, what happened today with the school is, we got, 2 weeks ago, the Agency of Education agreed with us that a lease is good enough, we don't have to give them title. They don't have to have title in order to get the ESSER grants to fix the school. Larry Slayson wrote back today and outlined what the lease should look like. And I sent that to the superintendent and Jack and to the attorney for the school. I didn't hear from anybody but Andy Haas, the superintendent, and he says, this is exactly what the state says we needed and we should go for it. And then he wrote Sean with a question mark. Sean's the attorney. Sean, question mark. Haven't heard from anybody else. Then later this afternoon, about 3, Larry Slayson sent what could be the lease amendment, changing the term of it from a year to year to a 55-year lease, beginning at that April 8th, 2019 date, which is when we signed the lease, 55 years, so that we're more than 50 years from today. And that it would then have a 5-year continuances on, but the only thing he's changing is the term. He's not changing anything that says anything like further on. It says, if that isn't a school for the kids of Grafton, it comes back to if they're out of there, it comes back, the lease ends and it comes back to us. So the kids at the school, that building has to be used primarily for the education of the Grafton kids. And if that stops happening, it comes back to us.
Does it specifically say for the kids or any school business? It's just.
No, it has an education for the kids
Okay, good.
of Grafton. No, we're really clear of it, because we don't want them to store desks and broken down buses over there.
And we did also find out that the select board and the school board have the ability to negotiate the lease without going through an actual whole special town meeting. So that was a really nice surprise.
And what about the 99, the reading that I've been doing said 99?
That
Could you
lease,
clarify that, please?
that lease never, it was a 99-year lease, and I'm not sure what happened in between, because the lease we presented was signed that night. We must have done some negotiation and that between us and the school before, in between time, but anyway, at the meeting, there was a motion to change that article to allow for the terms to be negotiated after the town meeting, negotiated between the school board and the town select board as to the terms of the lease. And because we did that accidentally today, we don't have to go to a town meeting, because that authority to negotiate the lease has never been withdrawn. And therefore, the town has it and the school still has it. Now, whether the school board attorney agrees with that or not, that's up in the air. So, right, but right now, it looks good that we don't, neither the town, we don't have to have a meeting, and at their district school meeting, which they need anyway, I think,
Right.
they don't have to have that as an article. They can handle it before that meeting.
I
So-
thought I read that the state is requiring a 99-year lease. Okay, well, you're much more deep in the details of it than I am. I just wanted to raise that question. Thank you.
So you said for the education of the Grafton children.
Yes.
If it so happened that the Grafton children were tuitioned and not sent to that school building, does that terminate the lease?
Probably. I mean, it doesn't terminate the lease. You terminate the lease. It is a condition that grants you full authority to terminate the lease. You never have to terminate the lease. But it's the grounds for terminating the lease. There's two grounds for terminating the lease. The school and you agree that you don't want the lease anymore. And that will probably take a town meeting on both sides.
So Athens and Grafton,
But no, school and
school and,
school and Grafton. Grafton owns the building. Whoever is running that school is the lessee.
Which would be
Okay.
Grafton, Athens.
Because see, when that lease was signed, it was, if you remember, we were in a joint contract. There was a Grafton school district, and that's who leased that building from the
Right.
town. The Grafton school district and any successor district. That successor district became Westminster, Athens, and
sure,
Grafton.
yep.
And now the successor district will, at some point this summer, become the Grafton and Athens school district.
Basically, back where it was.
Yeah.
No, not at all. Don't even think of it that way.
No?
No, because all we had to do before is go to the Grafton school district. There is no Grafton school district. There is no Athens school district. There's a Grafton Athens school district. Don't think of it the same way. That was a joint contract
Yes.
between two school
Yeah.
districts. Okay, that doesn't exist anymore.
We'll fall 100%, but okay.
Okay, so if you want something to do, you have to get Grafton board members and the Athens board
Right.
members to agree that, vote, whatever it would be, 3-2, that something happens. But you had Grafton voting on it as well as Athens voting on it as well.
So now you're saying just Grafton can make all the decisions if it so chooses?
On, if they're not using it for the school, we're the lessor, we can say the lease is done.
It's still like the joint, but it's not being called a joint anymore. Because that had to go away once we merged with Westminster, and you can never go back to a joint contract.
But the reason.
We are now a district,
But
we're
the-
not a joint contract.
But the reason we could buy it from them and lease it back to them easily was that we were only dealing with Grafton board members. We weren't dealing with the joint,
With the merger.
we weren't dealing with the contract. We were dealing with just Grafton School Board.
Right, because back then it was the Grafton School Board, the Athens School Board, and the supervisory union.
No, it used to be the Grafton School Board had a school here.
Right.
Athens had a school over there. They decided to sign a contract. They didn't join as a district. They signed a contract
Right.
to run the schools partly in Athens at that time and partly in Grafton. And then it all ended up over here. But anyway, it was a contract. It had nothing to do with the school district, had nothing to do with any of that. So when we bought that school and leased it back to them, we were dealing just with the Grafton School Board because Athens had nothing to do with this school except under contract.
Okay, that's a good clarification.
Which is good news.
Yeah.
so that, if something ever happened, we retain the possession of the building. Any other business? Kim?
I don't know if anybody's heard anything, but, I did get an email from Will Senning from the, election division. And supposedly the redistricting of our counties has passed everything except on the governor's desk, and I have not heard it's passed. But that's the last stand, and it sounds like it's going. And
Which
we will
one
now
did they
become,
decide, Kim?
it sounds like they were siding with what their recommendations were.
The Winchester?
So we would become Windsor, Wyndham. And that's how they have us listed so far. is
We're gonna be
Wyndham,
with Chester, Wyndham, and
Windsor. Yeah.
one representative.
Yeah,
And as soon as I find out, which should be sometime this week, Will said that, they'll send us some more information because there's a lot I am gonna have to do on the state voting website and changing districts and things when it comes to voters and street names and things like that.
I think that's accurate, because I had a meeting with Bill Dakin on another issue, and he said that you have joined with us. So obviously, they got the word, so.
I think Friday was supposed to be the day it was supposed to go before the governor, and I haven't heard anything.
I know
yet.
Leslie Goldman posted, she's got an information session coming up, I think it's this weekend, Friday, I think it is. But you can look on her site and show, but like Kim said, that the governor hasn't signed it yet.
Any other business?
Yeah.
If not, motion to adjourn.
Make that motion.
Invite everybody to the next regular meeting is Monday, April 18th, here at 6 o'clock.
Who's second?
No, what we didn't do, we didn't do the planning commission.
You don't have anything to do?
Well, get the letter of recommendation.
No, you don't.
No. Wow.
Never have. That was. We got that before. If you read the minutes of the last meeting, you know that last meeting, go back to the planning committee. They have considered the 3 people. You're not gonna have a meeting until sometime.
I just think from that.
What he wrote today, recently, I don't know who it came from.
John, don't leave. John Gregory, don't leave, I gotta give you that thing. I gotta give you that thing. I gotta give you the fancy map, I mean, whatever that's. I gotta give you that. Like, hold it.